Okay, everybody. When you get here, just put a one in the chat. Let me know you made it. Okay. This is set up a little bit different, but like I said, when you get here, just let me know. I'm on StreamYards on my phone and my computer, so I can't really see how many people's joined yet because I'm outside. Hello, Millie. This is a rare occurrence today. I went live a couple of times. It's not really usual for me. I have made it home. I'm having me some coffee. It's been a it's been a good day though. I thought, well, while I'm waiting for people to jump on, I'll just have me a cup of coffee and a cigarette. Did you enjoy those lives? It's so hard to go live at actual locations here because the signal is horrible, and which it may have been a little bit better had it not have been where it's been storming and stuff. It looks like it's getting ready to come another downpour. Oh, well, I don't know if you saw my second live or not, but we did end up going to um, the grave of the unknown lady. That's what we know it by around here. Um, one of the redhead murderers, victims. I can't talk for nothing today. And when we got up there, there was a dog. I mean, it was somebody's dog, but there was a dog that's coming following us everywhere. And Hope goes, I thought at first it was a ghost dog. I said, no. She said, well, it was red. Kind of, maybe, yeah, but it rained a lot, Millie, yesterday here, and it's been showering off and on here all day. But I don't know how good this will work or how good you be able to see it, but it's about to storm again. I wanted really, really, which I can show in this live, I guess. I wanted to take and um, you'd have been a little spooked yourself. Um, I wanted to take and be able to go to Shoyans the memorial because they made a memorial. Goodness, they made a memorial where Jennifer's car was found, and I wanted to be able to show you where they found her body. Also, Signal was not letting that happen, but it is so beautiful on Pine Mountain. I love it up there, but it's about to start here. I like it when it rains. Long as it don't, I don't know, back in, well, when the floods was here, it was, I got tired of seeing it rain then because it was a bit spooky. But I like a good soft rain. I can sleep that way. This live, I thought I would do a Q&A. A lot of times when we come on, just pretty much open Q&A, open to speak about what people want to speak about. Um, I did find some things this morning where I had done a live a year ago. And some of the things that I mentioned in that live, I was thinking about again. May go over some of that. Yeah, I don't like lightning and high winds either. But now, good peaceful rain, I can deal with that. I can deal with that all day long. I'm on my phone right now, but I do got my computer turned on in there because if anybody wanted prayer requests or anything, I want that to be an option. Um, or maybe a testimony, just whatever. Um, I also, in this live, will be sorting out some things because I don't want my viewers to get the wrong impression of me. Um, I really try to be respectful to everybody and not judgmental. And there's been a couple of things that's been said, but I'll get into that when I get in there to my computer. Oh, thank you, Millie. Yeah, I'll be praying for her family. I hated to hear that. I like borrowed angel. Am I lagging, Millie? My internet's been having all sorts of problems, so I don't know if I'm lagging or anything while I'm out here. Oh, smoking eye. Okay, I'll go back in here. That way I can pull some things up too that I talk about. Oh, I have to pull hairs. What I'm about to do. Okay. 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 Now. Uh, all right. I'm being lazy. I'm doing this from my bed today. Um, like I was saying, I wanted this to be kind of a Q&A. Y'all can ask me anything. Come on panel and ask me. I've got the link pinned at the top. Or you can ask me in chat. Yeah, here I am. I'm being lazy today, though. I'm doing this from my bed. Now, I can't really say I've been real lazy. I took the girls out to eat. Um, and we went to we didn't go to the Chain Rock. We went to Overlook at Chain Rock. And we went to, when I was talking about it on the way home, my daughter was like, Mom, I ain't never been to that grave. I was like, well, I'll take you. She said, you going to take the YouTube too? I said, well, I did say I might. You might still have PJs on, Millie. Okay. One thing I want to start off with, and I got to pick my words here. It has come to my attention that some people think that I consider myself a preacher. It's been said. I don't. Never have I said I was a preacher. I've not preached no sermons. But Millie says she's so sweet. She is. I got lucky. But I just didn't want people to think that I consider myself a preacher. I don't. I might get happy sometimes. But if the Spirit gets on you, you're going to. And I love to talk about the Bible. I love to go over Bible verses. For a long time, I would read my Bible and I wouldn't understand. Would not understand anything that it was saying. And I just really had to back up and learn to read it for myself and pray for knowledge. And when I started getting that, it was like eating brand new dinner you never tasted before. And I just want to share that. That's all I'm trying to do with my channel. I'm not trying to preach. If the good Lord told me to, I would. But as we're standing here right now, no, old girl ain't a preacher. She's just somebody that loves to read the Bible. I like to try to help people understand the Bible. But I always want to encourage people to read it for yourself. You may get a completely different interpretation of something than I do. No, I've never mentioned being a preacher. No, I'm not. And I just don't want people to be misled. There's a lot of things that gets told to me that's dramatic about me. I don't engage in it. However, this was something I wanted to address. I wanted to address it because I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression. I realized when people just freshly start out, they'll read the Bible and maybe not get a good understanding of it. So if I can help, I'm going to. I know all about the Holy Spirit coming on you. It's a feeling like none other. Yes, it is. And I love that feeling, okay? I like to get happy in the Lord. Like when I was talking in that live, the live that was mentioned was, I'm tired, I'm broken, and I'm bruised. And I'll be honest with you, when I was reading that and I misspoke Samaria and said some area, it gave me a whole new look at it. And when I really got to looking into the Samaritans and into the divorce aspect of the Bible, where a woman couldn't put away a man, it gave me a whole new look. it gave me a whole new look on it. But I don't ever want anybody to think that I'm reading something and throwing it at somebody else. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not going to mention no names because that would be drama. But this person thought that I was reading it, I guess because they had been married before. But guess what? I have. I've been married before. I wouldn't throw in that at nobody. And I would never want to hurt anybody. And a lot of times when I'm reading the Bible on here, I'll pray before I ever go live. Lord, just give me knowledge, understanding, and anoint me. If you lay something on my heart, I'm going to say it. But evidently this person must have been married before. I didn't know that. But that wasn't even what that live was about. It wasn't about somebody being married several times, or it wasn't even about the fact that I've been married before. Would it not be a hypocrite of me to be talking about somebody else when I've been married before myself? Now, given that was before I got in church, but still, that's not what I'm about. I don't want to hurt anybody. But to me, that life is about knowing your worth. It don't matter what other people in this world may think of you. Jesus saw you as being enough. And I had been really, really burdened down. And if I'm being completely honest, I fit doing that live for 3 days. And at every corner that I went, it was right back in my face. This is what you're supposed to go over. And it wasn't about somebody being married several times, nothing like that. It was about knowing that you're enough. Yeah, that woman had been married five times. But if people will pay attention to that live, it's not about that. Jesus knew she had. And he knew she wasn't going to admit to having husbands, and that the one she was with wasn't hers. That's why he said, go get your husband. But the fact is, that was 5 times someone had said, you're not enough in one way or another. And Jesus said she was enough. Just like he does with us. You are enough. She wasn't living for God when she divorced or remarried. She is now. But every once in a while she mentions it. I told her when she repented God. Yes, he does. It doesn't matter what anybody has done in your past. When God looks at you, when he forgives you, he does what a lot of humans can't. He forgives and he forgets. It says it's to be cast as far as the east is from the west, never to be remembered against you anymore. That's what's awesome about God. Let me see here. So I'm actually looking for what'd I do? Shrink it. Okay. See if I can find it on here. I may have to go to my channel to be able to show you all. But now remember, this is a Q&A. If anybody has any questions, it can be about me, about the Bible, about anything. Leave them in the leave it in the chat down here. I'll do my very best to get. I'm going to try to do this. I don't know if it's going to let me. Okay. I'm trying to figure this out. We found video. See if I got it anywhere on here. Some of the stuff that I've done for YouTube, I've actually got on a hard drive and not just on my computer. Okay, is this it? Could this be it? Murder in Small Town. That's got both of them on it. Let's see here. Bear with me. Y'all know I'm slow. I may have to go one video at a time. Let me see here. Okay. Okay. We'll do it like this. Okay. Let me see if I can share my screen. Let me turn my volume down on my phone. Okay. Share screen. Window. Okay. Now this is where we was today. And hopefully, let me see here. Hopefully you'll be able to tell a little something about it. Okay. Make sure my volume's turned up on it. Yep. Make sure my volume's turned down here. Yeah. Okay. We're in Pineville, Kentucky. And August 16th, 1990, Jennifer Bailey came here to what was then known as the Fat Track to jog. Later that night, her mom reported her missing when she came out of bed. All this. Okay. What you're seeing on the screen right now, it used to be a walking track that everybody called the Fat Track. And right over here, I don't know if y'all can you see my mouse? Right over in here is the main 4-lane. If you were on my live today, you see me pull beside the road. That main 4-lane runs right through here.
golf course. Back then, it was all ponds.
Okay. And then, let's see here. Get rid of that one. Pull this one up. I'm slow, but I'm trying.
Jennifer Bailey was born on September the 2nd, 1958. Just a few days
Okay,
before
wait a
her
minute.
22nd birthday, she came here.
Okay. No, I don't want you huge. Okay. Share screen. I wish it just let you do this until you stop sharing the screen. Okay. Okay. Here, I am walking up to where her memorial is.
September the 2nd, 1968. Just a few days before her 22nd birthday, she came here to convocate people for what was then known as the tax trap for jobs. Later that night, her mom reported her missing and she did not return home.
Okay, and where this is, this memorial that they have, where it is actually where they found her car. When, like I said earlier, when they found her car, the driver's door was open. Earlier in the day, she had been to get a prescription. Now, a lot of people was going to say these ponds, but now this is a golf course now. A lot of that water wasn't there back then. Not to mention, I mean, it was basically just, it had a pond, but it went like that. But I'm getting deterred here. But anyways, her car was parked here. Earlier in the day, she had went and got a prescription for her mom, and it was still in the car. Her purse was still in the car. The driver's door was still open, and nobody had seen her. When her parents discovered, see she wasn't coming home, they filed a missing persons report. And of course, they went where Jennifer said she was going to be, which was right here, and they found the car. When they got here, I think when they got here is when they actually filed the missing persons report. I could be wrong on that, but okay, pause it. Just a second. Okay, do this one. If I could go to my YouTube channel without blocking everything out to where I could see it, I would actually show you the full video. Okay. When I recorded this, I'd do it on my phone. Right there. See the main road there? Okay. Right here, you can see the 4-lane. That is a busy 4-lane. Let's see here. You was reading up on her. She was such a good person from everything that I've heard.
In 1990, this was all just ponds over here. It's now a golf course. But you could also tell how close to the main road that she would have been from. As soon as she was across this road, as they said it was next to 25.
Can you hear the volume, Millie? Okay. I'm going to try something right quick because this would be a lot easier. Yeah, I'll do it like this. This would be a lot easier than trying to go through each 10-second clip if it'll pull it up. My internet is awful. Let's see here. Okay. Just a second. See if I can find it. So let me. Okay. Now I might be able to do something. Okay. Hopefully I'll fix that. Just a second. I'm sorry about that. I had to take that. Okay. Now let me try this again. Okay. Pull this down and go to YouTube. Hello, Midnight. Midnight Rain. Okay. I'll try to do it like this. I'm not sure it's going to work. Okay, I'm going to have to go into the other one. I was trying to do it from Chrome because it usually works faster for me, but it's not doing that today. Okay. It's not in. And like I said, this is a Q&A, so if y'all have any questions for me, just leave them in the chat. Just leave it in the chat, and I will do my very best to answer. Let's see. What was that? Okay, am I buffering real bad? Because it looks like I am from my phone, but sometimes it looks like that and I ain't buffering at all. Just let me know. Or freezing. Freezing. Okay. Alrighty. Wait a minute. That's not it. Don't think it is. Just a second. Let me see if it is. Nope. Give me just a second, y'all. You know I'm tech slow. Bad. I don't know what be up with this. Sign in. Okay. I hope this is it. Okay, just a second. Okay. My internet's acting crazy. Yes, it's me. I've got too many authorization things to do on my accounts. There we go. Maybe this worked. Now, load. No, don't put it there. Put it down here. Hello, Lolly. I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. They're not cooperating with me today. All right. Okay. So this would be a lot easier for me to do than to actually. I'm going to do it this one because it's shorter. Okay. Oh no, not that big.
Jennifer Lee Bailey.
Okay, here we go. All right. Share screen. I'm glad y'all are patient with me because you know good and well your girl she's not tech savvy. Yes, Lolly, please be praying for Borrowed Angel's father-in-law, member of the family. Cancer is a scary word, you all. I have been there. Okay. You all let me know if you can hear it. Okay. Bill County, Kentucky is located in the southeast corner of Kentucky where the state meets Tennessee and Virginia at the famed Cumberland Gap. It's 361 acres of two mountain ridges, Pine Mountain and Cumberland Mountain. Nestled in between this is Pine Mountain State Resort Park. Pine Mountain is a hiker's paradise with 12 miles of self-guided trails hiked to the Chain Rock, the Hemlock Garden, and various other trails with names like Honeymoon Falls, Rock Hotel, and Timber Ridge. On August 16, 1990, Jennifer Lee Bailey, the daughter of Janice and Ed Bailey, went to Pine Mountain State Park for a jog. Janice, Jennifer's mom, said that she was a bit of a health fanatic, that she loved the outdoors and she loved to go jogging, and that she jogged every day. Later that night, when Jennifer did not return, she was reported missing. Her 1985 Mercury Cougar vehicle was found at the Fat Track where she had went jogging earlier that day. The door was open and all of her belongings was on the inside. Janice Bailey believes that whatever happened to Jennifer happened right there at that car. I spoke to one of the search and rescue crew members. He is now 77 years old, but he stated, all I can remember is that I was praying hard that we would find her safe. We searched the area that she was in several times. He also led people to believe that she was murdered somewhere else and brought back to the area where they threw her body over the embankment. Now, on August the 26th, 1990. Okay. Okay, on my phone, it looks like y'all haven't even made it to this part, but right in here where you see my mouse is the road. She was found right here. Now, anyone in August that was driving through here would have saw her laying there. I think I might be lagging. But anyone would have saw her laying there. So it's hard for me to believe that they had search and rescue, the FBI, Kentucky State Police, local law enforcement, and they didn't see her there, just laying beside the road. Kind of makes me think that she was brought back and placed there.
A couple found her body while looking for arrowheads. She was thrown over an embankment with no clothes on. Her belongings has never been found, which include a light purple jogging shorts, white tank top, a GE small portable cassette player, black and tan Velcro belt, a small pair of yellow gold diamond cut earrings, a Timex watch with a brown alligator imitation.
Normally in that area, Lolly, even if they are bloomed, the trees are actually really, really tall. So you can normally see down to that road anyway. And if you'll notice, this is it's a picnic area. It's where a lot of the families come and like have a picnic with their kids and stuff. It's a real family area right in there. There, if you saw my live from the overlook today, there is so many other places that would have been, you would have had to see that live. If she was murdered on that mountain, it would have had to been somebody that knows the mountain really good. You cannot drive fast on that mountain. You'll end up over, you'll meet your demise if you go over like 35 mile an hour. Let me see here. But I'll show that too.
Skin band. Authorities are hoping that these items may have been pawned or gave as a gift to somebody. And 32 years later, maybe someone will remember that and report it to the Kentucky State Police.
Now, I also want to add right here, 32 years later. 32 years later, they even waited. They waited 32 years to let people know they were even looking for these items. Now, that is another interesting case around here. But now, this right here was what I'm pointing to on the screen. It was actually something that was put out in the newspaper, murder probe, not mishandled, state police say. But there was a real big conflict of was the evidence mishandled and was the investigation not done properly? Hello, dudes. Okay. Right here it says foul play is suspected in the death of a woman whose body was found in Pine Mountain State Resort Park, the Kentucky State Police said today, but neither police nor Bell County Coroner Clyde Creech would say whether it might be that of a Bell County jogger reported missing at the park 11 days ago. Now, keep in mind, they have been searching for 11 days. They have been searching. And you see the area where they found her. How do they search for 11 days and overlook that? I mean, if anything, you would think that search crews would have been parking there because there's not a whole lot of parking space up there. But, okay. State police said state forensics, Dr. David Wolf of Frankfurt was to arrive at the park today to help determine the cause of death and make a positive identification. This did turn out to be her. The body was discovered shortly before 7 p.m. Sunday night. State police today refused to release details about who discovered the body or where it was found in the park. Jennifer Lee Bailey, 21, of Breezy Creek, was thought to be headed to a popular jogging trail in the park at the time she disappeared on August the 16th. Authorities called off the search for Miss Bailey on August the 19th. So 16, 17, 18. 3 days. Within 3 days, they called off the search. She was last heard from when she called her mother, Janice, the day she disappeared and told her she was going jogging at the park and would be home afterwards. State police found her wallet and keys under the front seat of her mother's car at the park. A bag from a local drugstore containing medicine and money was on the passenger seat. Her driver's license was still in the wallet. She had left her credit cards at home. There was no sign of a struggle. Witnesses placed Miss Bailey in the park about 11 a.m. State police are puzzled at her disappearance because the 1.5 lane road where she was headed is heavy traveled and runs between 2 other roads. About 75 people jog or walk around the former railroad bed every day, which they call the Fat Track. Okay. This might be it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if this is it.
At the bottom of this hill, there is absolutely no service. So I've had to regroup, rethinking. This is the mountain that she was on, but where it's at, I couldn't take you to it. We have no signal.
Now, today I tried to go back and revisit it because in August, it'll make yet another year that we haven't got answers. I was unable to do that because I couldn't keep signal long enough to stay live. But at this point, I've pretty much gave up on going there. But this does show you how the road is there. And in my personal opinion, it would take somebody that knows that road really, really good to be able to get out of there without being seen. So it makes me wonder. It really, to me, makes me feel like that she was brought back. Oh,
Okay,
dude,
so
that's
how does that-
awful. See, we give a lot of these cases a lot of attention that are fresh. Kind of like, well, all of us in this chat knows the Summer Wells case. And I've had people ask me, why are you going over a cold case, a 20-year-old? Because they've waited that long. Can you imagine? I mean, think about this. In 2 years, we've all been in a tailspin over Summer Wells, wanting answers. She's been missing 30 some years. And in August, it'll be another year. Can you imagine how her family feel? It hasn't been 2. It's been 30 some. Okay. But notice how this road is. I'm not the best videographer, y'all.
I'm going to take you and show you a pretty spot up here. Now, this is Chain Rock. We're not going to Chain Rock because that's 2-hour hike, and none of us wants to do that. But especially with it sprinkling. Oh, if y'all can see this road a little bit. Okay. Now, I have to say one thing. This is the curviest hill ever. And my girl back there just said, I love being close to Jesus because every time we go somewhere, we end up on a mountain. Ain't that right, Miss Kay? They like being close to Jesus. Say hello. Hey. Hello, Millie.
I went there today too. Go to the grave of one of the redhead murderers. And these videos were like really short, so
Pine Mountain State Park.
it's beautiful up there, y'all. I'm just telling you. I love it up there.
There's been quite a few things that's happened on this mountain. Not just Jennifer Bailey's murder, but the area that they found her in. I've got another video that shows all that, but it is a picnic area. It's got picnic tables, and it's less than 20 feet from the.
Now notice how this road is. And I don't know why it looks like I'm driving faster than I was. Legit, I'm scared to death of this road, so I wasn't going fast.
A road. So it brings the question, how in the world did all these search crews look and overlook her body over the hill? Now, right now, you could say, well, Chris, that looks like a mountain. It is a mountain in this, but this isn't the part that she was found in. She was found at the bottom of the mountain. Well, about halfway at the bottom. Less than a quarter of a mile from where her car was. And until this date, they still have not got no leads or anything. Her dad actually went to his grave trying to get answers for his daughter. It is absolutely beautiful up here. There's quite a few things in our area that I've talked about on my channel. I haven't really heard other people do a whole lot of talking about it. Like Jennifer, you don't find no videos on YouTube of Jennifer. And it's sad because it's been since 1997. There's also, which we may go to it.
I think I was wrong about
There's
that.
also
Been longer than
the
that.
redhead murder. One of those
I might have
bodies
been.
was
I
found
don't
in
know.
my hometown. Miss Kay, don't freak out. She don't like heights, so you don't think.
She don't like heights, and I've had her up in the air. It overlooks for the last 2 or 3 days.
Okay. Are y'all going to go out? No. She ain't gonna start.
That was my daughter that said no. I told her Miss Kay hadn't been up there.
You want to talk about pretty? Now, I'm going to take y'all to the overlook. You can look down now the chain rock is that way, like way down this mountain. And it's sprinkling. So like I said, we probably won't be doing that height today. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to get my youngins in the camera.
Looks like I succeeded.
It is sprinkling just a little bit. I wish the signal was better up here so I could actually.
Now notice how away from everything all this is. Keep that in your mind when you think of this case and you think she was found 20 feet from the road.
Taken to the spot, the memorial spot where Jennifer's car was found. But there is a video on my channel that goes over every bit of that because I recorded it, not live, but just recorded it and uploaded it.
Sounds like I need some exercise. I'm all out of shape.
Now, fun fact, my husband actually proposed to me up here. But as you can see, there's no street lights. There's nothing. So I'll give you a little story about that. I didn't know he was going to propose. And he brought me up here at night saying he wanted me to see the lights of the city down below. And of course, we just had started dating, hadn't been dating too long. So I was right here, and it pitched dark. And when I turned around, he was on his knees, but I didn't see him, so I flat-footed him and ran over top of him.
True story. My girls are behind me laughing about that story, by the way.
That borrowed angel's brother-in-law.
Yeah, he was on his knees. I couldn't see him, and I turned around and it was dark. So I didn't do anything but take off running.
Yeah, I'll be praying for him. All of them. I love you and borrowed angel. I seen y'all had my back. It wasn't about me, but if it was, I got a feeling there was going to be problems. This is absolutely beautiful up here. Let me go before y'all girls. How's the queen like it up here?
The queen is Miss Kay's baby, by the way.
After she gets a picture,
my grandbaby.
Plaque they have up here. Oh, that's cute. One of Kentucky's most unique geological features is the imposing ridge of Pine Mountain. The mountain rises near the state's southeastern border and spans more than 120 miles. I've always felt like it is beautiful here. But like I said, Jennifer was found at the bottom of this mountain. She jogged up here daily. There's been all.
Look at that terrain, you all. I don't know if YouTube is lagging behind StreamYards or not, you all. If it is, let me know. But look at that terrain. If you were wanting to get rid of a body and it not be found, I would think, because this is just one of like 5 overlooks up there. This one actually has a rail around it. That's why we go to it. but some of them are just rock that you walk out on. But I would think that if you was wanting to get rid of a body and nobody find it, you would take it to an area like this, or off of one of these hiking trails that's up there, because some of them you can hike those suckers for 5 or 6 hours and not get to the end of it. But to put it right there where you could literally see it from the road, I don't know. Everything in me says she was got at the track, took somewhere else, and they brought her back.
Kinds of speculation about who may have done it. Less than 2 miles away from here, her cousin,
Yeah, Millie, it would be the perfect place.
Ends up being murdered in her home. And every time I come up here, I think the same thing. Why at the bottom of the mountain? Oh, thank you, Laura. But why at the bottom of this mountain? As you can see, you all, look how thick it is down there. Hopefully I won't lose my phone. But you would think that if somebody had done something and not brought her back, that it would be an area like this they'd find her in, not at the bottom of this hill. There are so many places up here. They've got over 20 hiking trails up here.
No, Midnight.
All of them wooded.
In this area, about 2 miles on up the road. Now, some of the people that I interviewed said they were cousins. Some said that they were best friends. Where you see one, you saw the other. But a lady by the name of Gretchen was murdered in her home. This happened almost a year after Jennifer was murdered. She must have mentioned feeling uneasy because her dad had told her to prop a chair up and under her doorknob so that it'd give it, a little more reinforcement. And then the next day, of course, she had some utilities. She was like living her best life. She had just moved out on her own, got her own place, and she told her work she had some utilities that needed to be turned on, that she would be late. Well, when she didn't show up at all, they got worried. They called her parents. Her parents went to the trailer that she had moved in, and they said that the first thing that they said was the door was kicked in, and in front of that door was that chair. So she had listened, and that's always broke my heart. She did exactly what her dad said, and I mean, she still met her own demise. Now, it has been speculated that she was shot with her own weapon. Was tied to a chair. And now this is everything that I could find out about it. I'm thinking that she was shot 5 times. But she was murdered in her own home.
Desolate. But she's found over the hill where it's a picnic area. And when I say hiking trails, I mean they're like this. Like the one we came to. secluded. I mean, I personally wouldn't come up here by myself, but she did. She went walking up here. Okay. If I have the camera around when I'm coming down, I'm afraid that one of my girls might get in it. And I don't want that to happen. It is beautiful up here. Um, it's not real far ways. It's raining, so it's not real far ways from where we live. Um, and like I said, I got Jennifer's story on my channel. Nobody really covers it. And I know she may have been a teen, but she deserves justice too. Um,
21, actually.
and when I was like looking into her case, because I remembered it from when I was younger. When I was looking into her case and I was talking to people, nobody had a bad word to say about her. And, you know, if it was just one, this wouldn't be nearly as, what's the word? Wouldn't be nearly as mysterious. But I've heard some people say it was her cousin. Some people said it was her best friend, Gretchen.
Okay, I forgot I even put this on here. I apologize. Y'all about to hear the same thing.
But somebody kicked in her door, came in, and tied her to a chair and killed her with her own weapon. You know what I mean? A part of the story that stuck out to me about Gretchen was they said she went to eat with her parents like a day or two before, and she was feeling uneasy, and her dad said, well, when you go to bed at night, put a chair underneath your door as a reinforcement. And when her parents got to her trailer, they found the door kicked in, but that chair had been propped. So she listened to her dad. She did what he said to. She was taking precautions. And in my area, and this is where all this happened, in my area, people don't talk about these cases. When I was trying to interview people and talk to people, even some family wasn't doing it. It was like, that's a whole can of worms, girl, you don't want to open. Kind of like my uncle's case.
I literally got death threats of my
every time I
uncle's
go to the
case.
courthouse about it, I get a new excuse. In between it, I've got phone calls, prank calls. Just leave it alone. But every time I try to get transcripts, they say they're going to be here, and this has been over a year. Over a year, I've been trying to get the transcripts from his case where he was murdered. And no luck. I went up there a couple weeks back because they told me they'd be in on Friday. They weren't there. It's around here, that's all you know. If people ain't screaming it,
and that is so true.
Nobody's doing nothing about it. And I imagine it's the same way with Jennifer. And
some of the speculation.
I know, it's always broke my heart because it seemed like she had.
I will say this, judges have been in a lot of the speculation of who could have had this done to Jennifer. people that own car dealerships. So, what a small town would call bigwigs.
So much to live for. Um, she was about to go on vacation, and it's just sad. It's real sad that, for one, they waited like 24 years to even release some information that they had that could have helped.
I was
And then
wrong, 30
give a
some.
sketch of who you think's done it, and go as far as to say they ski at, anyways, they water ski at Norris Lake. But you never tell who they are.
Yes, Millie, it
what was
is.
done
It
with all
is.
that.
It's crazy that I can't get them. But now, it really bothers me that I can't get them. And I'm starting to feel like they think if I don't get it, that a hornet's nest won't get stirred. But they don't know me. My dad went to his grave trying to figure out, well, wanting justice. He pretty much thought he knew who done it, but wanting justice for his brother's murder. And if I've got anything in me, I may never see justice. And I'm not saying that with no faith. I'm saying that because of the law. When you hear me say, I'm not a judge, I'm just a potential jury member, well, it hits home to me, because there was 2 trials, and in that first trial, the man that was convicted got life. But because there was a jury member that was on the jury that man had robbed, it got a mistrial. They had to do another trial. And in that one, by the time it got to that trial, they had lost all the evidence. Now, it didn't take years to get to that trial. I think it might have been 6 months. But by then, they had lost all the evidence, and the man walked. So he could never be tried again. Double jeopardy wouldn't let him. So that is a big reason that I stand on the side of innocent until proven guilty. I want them to have enough evidence on whoever does a crime, because I don't want to see that happen to nobody else. Yeah, they lost it. A whole weapon, they lost that. My uncle's body matter was on a shirt. They lost that. Lost all of it. The only evidence they had was he was dead. Now you explain to me how that happens. 3 people on one cemetery. Nobody saw anything, and they was all within 2 feet away from each other. One was sitting right in the vehicle with my uncle. But they didn't see anything. Yeah, it's uppers at work, all right. It sure is. But around here, I mean, uppers ain't people that want to be a media manager or so-called investigators. No, uppers around here is judges, mayors, state police officers, people that own car dealerships, people that own a large portion of the county. That's your uppers. Yeah, the true uppers, Millie. The man my dad suspected of doing it, actually being the trigger man, actually passed away a couple years ago. Um, Everybody that was up there, something strange happened to them. Yeah, Millie, even lawyers. Um, yeah, it's money. It's money. Hey, Annabelle. But I don't want y'all to think that he was like a deacon in the church. He wasn't. I have got permission from his daughter to do an interview with her. And I am going to hold up that end of it. I wanted to bring her because for years she's tried getting the transcripts and couldn't get them. And this is this kid, okay? But I mean, if we can't bring the transcripts on to YouTube and show what was said in court and then go over the evidence they had in the first trial and then the evidence they had in the second trial, I will do one better. And I mean, if they watch my channel, they may want to take heed. I will go to everybody and interview them. I do have respect in the circles of people that sit on a jury the first time. And if I have to, I'll go to them. I'll ask to do an interview with them. Yes, it's about my uncle, Annabelle. But I didn't want to drag people. Well, I ain't going to say drag because I never put nobody on a channel that didn't want to be on it. But his daughter, his sons, one son died going to confront the man he was told killed his dad. He got in a wreck. Law enforcement showed up and he didn't make it to no ambulance or no hospital. Not alive anyway. But he got in a wreck being chased by the cops. So, I mean, take that how you will. But, so I mean, she's willing to do an interview. I know she is. She's the only daughter. She was the apple of my uncle's eye. And when like I said a minute ago, when I talk about my uncle, don't think I'm talking about some deacon or the epitome of a grandpa sitting on a porch. He ain't. He wasn't. We've never said that he was perfect. We never said he didn't make mistakes. He made them. He made quite a few of them. One of the things that my dad regretted and went to his grave regretting it was that he bailed him out of jail. My uncle had got up with him and said they wasn't giving him his medicine. He was sick. He didn't think he was going to live long enough to get out of jail. He'd manipulate you too. And my dad bailed him out. Less than a month, he was dead. Yeah, his life mattered, period. He drunk. He did what a lot of people did back then. Sold the little grass stuff. Some people have said that he was up there selling that. I don't know. I know earlier in the day he had been seen with thousands of dollars in his pocket, but when the coroner got there, my dad said the only thing in his billfold was his sister's phone number, a picture of his daughter, and a picture of my sister Angie. I mean, no, I've been on for I've been on for a minute or two, but I've got time today. Go. There is more people in here. I'm going to briefly say this one more time because I don't want it to become drama. I just do want to set the record straight. It has been brought to my attention that some people think that I consider myself a preacher. I have never said that on my channel. No, I'm not a preacher. We're just getting into it, Kiko. But I'm not a preacher. I've never claimed to be. I enjoy reading the Bible. For a long time, I had a hard time understanding it. So with my channel, I kind of like, and guys, I like cases. I'll be honest with you. I'll dig right into them. It started out Cold Case Crystal, okay? So I will discuss some of those on my channel. I don't see no problem with it. As long as I ain't dragging people and throwing out junk out there. But I don't want people to be misled. A lot of things that get told to me, I overlook. But that, I mean, me too, and Annabelle, I was shocked too. But the thing about it is if I didn't misunderstand it, this person thought I was preaching on them in that I'm tired, I'm broken, I'm bruised, because I mentioned the lady at the well, been married 5 times. I wasn't throwing that towards anybody, and I don't want anybody to be hurt thinking that I did. No, this person, I had no clue they'd been married before. That live was not about that. That live was about the fact, hold on. Oh, okay. But that live was about the fact that that lady had been married 5 times. Jesus already knew it. And he found her enough. He found her enough. She was enough. Even though 5 men had put her away, saying she wasn't enough, Jesus found that she was enough. But, well, I agree with you, Annabelle. I really do. I mean, but I'm not their judge. I'm not their judge. People, I've been married before. Would that not be the pot calling the kettle blackie? I would never do a live and intentionally aim it towards somebody. That's not who I am. Okay. And I debated on even saying anything, but I don't want people, words like preacher and sermons was mentioned, and I'm not a preacher. I've never claimed to be. A teacher, maybe. Yeah. I'd like to help people with the Bible, but not a preacher. And I don't want people to get a false impression of me. If I've given off that impression, I've never given off that impression. I've always said I'm not no preacher. Now, if I was called, I'd stand up and say, hey, I'm called to preach. I believe God would make that clear. But no, I'm just somebody who wants to help people understand the Bible. But there is something else today. I went back. I may have to unprivate the video. But a year ago, first of all, this is titled Q&A. So if anybody has a question they want to ask me, just leave it in the chat. Something you want to know about me, it don't matter. It don't matter. If it's too personal, I'll just say it's too personal. But and well, evidently evidently it's been said. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Kiko. That really blesses me. Yeah, I'm not into the mean either. Um, but I don't want people to be misled by me, and that's the only reason. Because trust me, I Anna knows I'm telling the truth. I think it was her I showed. Um, I've got some really, really, really bad hate emails before. I don't pay them no mind. Don't go live doing talking about it. I don't feed no drama. I'm not about that. But and I debated about even saying anything about this. It's just I don't want people to be misinformed. I mean, if I can pray with anybody, if there's something in your Bible you don't understand, you say, "Hey, would you mind looking at this? See what you get." I'll do my best, and if I don't understand it, we'll figure it out together. And yes, I do get happy sometimes, but God's been good to me, so why would I not? I'm never going to be ashamed of my God. Never. I will shout it to the rooftop. Yeah, it is. But I don't want to get derailed onto that. I do want everybody to know, though, no, I'm not no preacher. Never claimed to be a preacher. I ain't been preaching. Teaching a little bit, I hope, but not no preacher. But like I was saying, a year ago, this live's gonna be all over the place unless y'all start asking me questions to answer. Okay, but a year ago I did a live, and I'll probably speed it up when I play it. But there was some questions that I asked in that live that today I still kind of find as red flags. Let me see if I can go on my channel and unprivate it, because I unprivated it. I privated it. I can't speak for nothing. I put a lot of videos on the private, okay? And maybe something was said in them that I don't really agree with. And in this one, yes, some speculation got put in there. So I did private it. But just us watch. Do y'all care to watch this for just a minute? If not, I'm gonna pull it up here, unprivate it, and let's see what we hear. We'll be seeing what we hear if I can find it. Should be on private, Crystal. Okay. That's me and Anna. Here it is. Edit. Privacy. Public. And this live will probably go right back private afterwards because, like I said, there was some speculation that came out on panel, and it's not something I won't put on Summer's name ever. So I don't agree with that. So, and it took me a while to realize that I had junk on my channel too. I had to take my laundry out. But when I was re-listening to it, it made me think, and there wasn't very many views on this before it went private. So let's listen to it. It was a year ago. See what you hear. Okay. Let me find it again. Here it is. Did I really hear that? Okay. Let's go back. And I'm going to tell you, if I go back to try to read like chat to see if I've missed anything, I speed myself up. I really do. So we're going to speed me up too. Ooh, share screen. Okay. Now this was, let me see. What does it say? Okay, streamed 11 months ago.
Oh, hey, Squall, how are you doing? Okay. So, most of you probably have already heard or probably know what's going on already.
Well, this
Hello,
might not
I
be it.
cannot pronounce her name, but I will mess it up, and I'm sorry.
Let me see if this is it.
And yes, I love squalls.
Let me see here. Just a second.
Not very many receipts are shown. We get a lot of
Okay, no, that ain't it. Let's see here. Oh, it was that one. It was I have questions. Let me see here. Well, let me make sure I load that. Oh, we'll find it now. Guess what our girl just done? Forgot to save her changes. Just a second. Let me do this and I'll go back into it because go to my channel, man. Live. I need some crash courses on how to do a live. Yeah, that one right there was the one that I was aggravated at dawn on. Right here. Okay. Like I said, I'm going to speed me up because I talk slow. It might get done buffering here in a hot second. Hey, Duchess. Okay. Well, am I buffering you all? I know this video sure is. Okay. Who wants ice cream? I had one today. And spaghetti.
Things that has kind of had me, well, just some things I've been thinking about.
Okay, can you hear it?
First of all, right up front.
Put me a 1 in chat if you can hear it. If you can hear the video, put a 1 in the chat. Okay. Now, like I said, this was streamed a year ago. I ended up putting it on private because some nonsense at the end of it ends up coming up. And I didn't want that on my channel. Not putting that kind of stuff on Summer. Okay. Yes, everybody, please be praying for Borrowed Angel's father-in-law. He's very sick and not looking very good. He has cancer, pneumonia, and he fell in the nursing home. We need to be praying for him. Love Borrowed Angels. So be sure to lift that family up in your prayer.
I'm going to say that the things that I'm going to be showing.
And yes, I speed my own stuff up.
Not new information. There is not new information. Hello. But it is stuff that I think we do need to consider. That's one thing about YouTube is it seems like yesterday's news today is old news when we could be overlooking some things. And in this case, there is a lot that we could be overlooking. For one thing.
Now, I do want to say that I had just had surgery on my mouth in this video. So, overlook my speech.
And let's think about the people that lived around. Hello, Lisa. Summer.
I guess I need to ask, can you all still hear the video? I mean, understand the video since I sped up. If you can't understand it, then I'll go back and put it on normal. But I know that I talk slow.
And if we're going to do that, let's start out with her parents. Today, nobody's off limits. But, okay, Candace.
Boy, wasn't I in a mood.
And Dawn, as we all know, they were Summer's parents. They've been on several YouTube channels. They've been drinking, arguing with one another. Really, to be quite honest, make a mess out of things. Dawn's made statements that struck every nerve with us, I believe.
Me too, Kiko. I can understand her better when I speed her up too. And I take no offense to anybody wanting to speed me up. When I'm looking back through my videos, like to find something or to see, well, why have I got this on private? Like I did earlier. I speed them up. I can't stand to hear myself talking slow. Gets on my nerves. But I can't help it when I'm talking. I don't want something wrong.
Like, I'll see her in the resurrection. Her being outside was her downfall. We've also got a timeline I think most of us are a little bit confused about because of the details of it. You've got the past DV reports and the 911 calls. And one big thing is, hello, Kathy, is that it seems like nobody remembers. Hello, Charlie. Nobody remembers time very well on Denver. There's a lot of things that I found that I really wanted to put out there before. I just always want to do it respectfully.
Hello, holy moly. Today we're talking about a couple cases until somebody wants to do a Q&A with me. Just going over some stuff that I've had in a private, put on private for one reason or another. Just a couple of different cases. But now do keep in mind, if anybody needs to pray or has a testimony or needs anything like that, tag me in the chat because I will stop what I'm doing. I promise.
And when we come to that timeline, now, one thing that hits my mind, and I'm going to play this, you can find it on WJHL, but it's titled "Where Did Summer Wells Go?" June the 15th before disappearing. Yes, yes. There is a lot of red flags, and I'll try to look at the chat some. If I miss any questions, I am very sorry. But I think that's something that we've all wondered is, where did Summer Wells go on June the 15th? And the fact of the matter is, there's only a few people that know that information. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. I will pause it on some things that have stuck out in my mind. And again, I want to thank everybody for joining me. And leave your opinions in the comments. I mean, I'm open to opinions as long as they are respectful. And if anybody wants to come on panel, then I'll drop the link here in a second, and you are free to do so. But let's get started with this.
Mark Reynolds, thank you very much. As this week marks 10 months since family members said Summer Wells disappeared from their home in Hawkins County, News Channel 11 continues to work to find answers.
Now, again, this was almost a year ago.
Tonight, Ansley Gang was in the Beach Creek community with the timeline of June 15, 2021, leading up to that night.
We walked through what has happened since Summer Wells disappeared the night of June 15th. But for the first time, we walked you through that day with her mother and grandmother from their perspective just hours before she was reported missing.
Okay. Like I said, I will pause this on some things that has stuck out to me. Right there, she says she took me to the ER. Now, I have heard a lot of people state that was a doctor's appointment. She clearly said ER. And with me, I know when it's not a doctor's appointment and it's an ER visit, it's a last minute emergency thing. Put one in chat if you agree with me. If you can go to the doctor and not the ER, there's no time.
First near their home on Bin Hill Road. A neighbor says that she first heard Candace calling for Summer around 6 o'clock that night. Police say that she was reported missing around half an hour later, around 6:30. In the Creek community, Andrew Daniel, News Channel 11.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so that is the timeline as of April 13th of 2022 that we have. And like I said, there is things with the parents that, to me, is frankly a red flag. But the thing about it is, it don't end there. If Summer's parents was the only shady people in this case, then we would already have it figured out. And yes, I know, like I said earlier, this ain't no new news. But I think Summer deserves for us to look at everything closely.
Hello, Nomi.
Everybody that was around her that we know of. And this is a very good point. The point I was making.
Yeah. I don't know if it skipped ahead or not. But the thing I was wondering is when you watched H's interview with CM, he said they were going to go fishing and then the plans changed because they had to pick grandma up. Why would the plans change? Because she took her to the ER. Had she not planned on picking her back up? I mean, if they didn't go fishing because they had to pick up grandma, I mean, that don't really make sense to me as what that being the reason that their plans changed was because they had to pick up grandma. Does that make any sense? Because she should have known she had to pick her up. She took her to the ER. Left the ER while grandma was still at the ER, went to H's, and he wanted to go with them, so they went back, got grandma. So she knew she was going to have to pick her up. That shouldn't have changed anything. And when Chris Madonna asked, where was she changed at? Was she changed at home? Was she changed at H's? I don't even know why I'm calling him H no more. He's an adult now. But anyways, she said at home. Well, when you go to an ER, you don't plan your whole day out. That is usually an emergency. So why was a swimsuit put on her at home? At that point, how did she know they were going swimming? Just some questions. Stuff I didn't understand.
I mean, if she took her mom to the emergency room, she knew she was going to have to pick her up. So why would it change? She knew. Exactly. Okay, so who else have we got in this case that was around summer? That some things just don't add up. You got the neighbors, Jody Sue and Annie. Now, they lived across the road on opposite hill from the Wells. Jody Sue came out saying her and Candace, and I'm just talking about inconsistencies here. She came out saying that her and Candace never hanged out together. It wasn't like they were big buddies or friends. Now, somehow, she knows all the things. All the things that went on that other hill, Jody Sue knows it. She knows that Don took showers for summer. There's reported it, but she knows it. Candace took pictures to document Jody Sue's DV claims. She fed the Wells kids. Now, I'm just naming some things here. We've also heard that her son was allegedly saw on the property after Summer went missing, sneaking around by, I think it's more than 5 people. Red says he saw her son, her grown son, go swimming, or saw him in the swimming pool with Summer on the property. Now, not the day that Summer went missing, but he had saw that before. So when she come out, she said they weren't friends. And now it seems like they are.
I also want to add that now a year later, at the point that I did this live, Jody Sue was still pretty much, she was kind of taken up for the Wells still. And, you know, Summer was taken care of, that interview. Now, think about everything that you have heard her say in the last little bit. Why has it changed?
Yeah, she did. In the beginning, she said she didn't know those people over on the other hill. Sure did. And since then, it seems like she knows them pretty good. Then you've got Don Shirky. What did he say about what happened?
Oh, and this gets me. I am going to slow it down so you can actually hear what he says. Let me find it. We'll put it back to normal for a second.
Okay, listen real close to this. Because when I started thinking about the neighborhood, naturally, the one thing I was thinking was, well, you know, probably like our neighborhood, everybody knows everybody.
The people that live in the country, put a 1 in chat if you was thinking that too at the beginning of at the beginning here. At the beginning of the case is what I'm talking about right now.
If somebody goes by the house, I know whose car it is. I mean, it's not a guessing game where I live. We all know each other, but we get along. There's not huge really goes on where I live. But listen what Don Shirky says to JLR and Molly Golightly and Bullhorn Betty.
Yeah, to leave. I want to allow it. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's why I'm armed. Yeah, I don't know who's down here. If he comes in and starts shooting, I will shoot back.
That's why I'm armed. He had his weapon on his hip.
There's a lot of people right up here.
Now, when he said that, he pointed at Andy's property.
So these two don't get along.
These two don't get along.
Okay, and just right there, he pointed at Jody Sue's property, and he pointed at the Wells, and he said they don't get along.
But they don't. Oh, yeah. He's right there, right? Is that Andy up there? Andy, or is that, yeah.
And JLR just confirmed who he was pointing at. He said, "Is that Andy's up there?" Who else was living there?
Oh, she's down. Let me run her off.
She's gone. They run her off. We all know this to be true. So you know who he is talking about.
And now he's getting ready to start telling about how they feel about Jody Sue.
Yeah, so, I mean, these guys here, have you ever, like, the wife that used to live up here, all she did was harass everybody. She got to the property up here, harassed us.
He's talking about Jody Sue.
I ended up drawing my gun on her. Yeah.
I ended up drawing my gun on her
So to leave.
and told her to leave.
My question right there, what was she harassing them about? Did it have anything to do with land?
Okay, now let's think about what all has come out since then. You've had the interviews, more interviews with Don Sherfy acting like he doesn't know Jody Sue. He knew her right there. Knew her pretty good, even though in that other interview he was claiming he didn't know her. Keep in mind, people, I did this live a year ago before any of them streams come out.
I mean, and
Well,
because he said he brought his gun on her, but it don't seem like anybody has asked him why. Why did you draw a gun on her for?
yes,
Wow.
Millie.
Yeah, exactly. So, but now, he is playing Fred. Yes. And Fred doesn't work up to him. He said, my name again.
Did y'all hear that? Fred said, if you put my name out again, that he would kill him. Not that he would stomp a mud hole in him and wade through it. No, he didn't say that. He said he would kill him. Now, you would think that would just be a temper talking. But what do we know about Fred? He shot a man in the throat. So, I'd say he was actually meaning exactly what he said. See, he shot a man right here in this road. Now, think where you live. Do you just so easily threaten to kill your neighbor? I mean, there's a missing kid. And I know when that happened, it wasn't when she went missing. It was before. But however, there is a missing kid, and he has come down here on the road afterwards and told the world that Fred said. Now keep in mind, Fred's threatening Don at first. If he puts his name out there again, he's going to kill him. Now you got Donald Sherfy down here, who is doing what? He's putting his name out there.
So, I don't think I said it in this live, but that makes me wonder, how close is Donald Sherfy and Fred if Donald Sherfy feels safe with putting that information out there?
So, again, he did not say, I'll stump a mud hole in your hind end and wade through it. No, he didn't say nothing like that. He said he would kill him. Then you got Jackie Dobbs. Now, Jackie bought a piece of property that is in between Jody Sue's and the Wells property.
Again, remember this was a year ago, before Jackie came out with his channel. And also, I'm mentioning people that at that time was suspicious in that area that was around Summer. We can name so many more now.
Evidently, it's supposed to be useless. Useless piece of property. If you go back and you watch the early videos before Summer went missing, Jody Sue goes into grave detail on how useless this property is. But then she mentions that they offered to buy it. 2 days before Summer goes missing, they actually called the law on Jackie Dobbs. And just a second, I think I got that somewhere. But anyways, they called the law on him. In that video, Jody Sue makes the comment that there was just something really off about him. He's low on her list of suspects. However,
Yes, Kim,
really
he did.
hyping him up that he's strange. He was just going to squat there, is what she said.
And that was words she used.
Yes. And that's another thing about Don Sharfie. Now, Don Sharfie also has a son that's shady as he can be, downloading photos of children that is not appropriate whatsoever. So, even though he comes and he presents himself as what? Ex-law enforcement. Okay, red flag right there. He's got a son to have all these charges, and you're ex-law enforcement. It don't look good. But anyways, Jackie Dobbs bought this land. Jody Sue didn't like it. Jody Sue made all kinds of videos about how much she didn't like it. And she is the first one that puts out that Jackie Dobbs kind of makes him look suspicious to me.
She was.
But then he does some stuff that is red flags too. He puts out a photo of his dog on what he calls Ben, H-E-L-L, is the place I'll say it, Ben Hell. And that's what he titles it. And then he changes the date on it to try, and it even puts the word timestamp in the title of the photo, trying to change when he was there. Why would you do that if you have nothing to hide? Now, unfortunately, he's not even the shadiest person in this. He's not. Because I think it was 14 or 11 days before Summer.
Now, him changing the date on the photo, that has always been weird to me. But I will, a year later, say I really do not think, because at this time we had just had a description of Jackie Dobbs. If you've watched his videos, I think it would be hard for him to do that.
Goes missing. We have a YouTube creator that used to be on YouTube. And he makes a...
Please pay attention to this part. This part has always been, it's something that till this day, it still raises the hair on my arms.
YouTube page. Then Summer goes missing. And a bunch of his first videos showed him in his vehicle, driving to the meadows where Don used to work, driving around the area, saying he's looking for Summer.
I don't either, Millie.
Then we see him on WJHL about the billboards. During the marathon, he's on there, and him and Jody Sue's kind of having a squabble, right backwards and forwards. I've had surgery on my mouth, so if I mispronounce words, that's why. But anyways, then it comes out that he did what? He frauded everybody. But there was something that was released while he was still on here. And I know many of you have heard this already. But it's always run chills over me that he even said this. But I'll let you all listen to it. See what you think. Just a second. Let me get it pulled up here. And he has this very same creator. Most of you know who I'm talking about. It was 423 Chase.
It is. It is a good thing.
He's really scammed a lot of people out of a lot of money. And it's always weighed on my mind. Because one of the first things that happened in the Carly Trent investigation is they put out a reward. Well, he is in the area. He made his YouTube right before Summer goes missing.
Good question, Kim.
He's named himself 423 Chase. Is Chase anywhere in his name? No. He's named it after her favorite Paw Patrol. Then he gets intertwined with this marathon thing. And then he's supposed to be the voice of truth, saying what is and what isn't real. Then he gets mixed up with the billboard thing. And then we find out that he totally frauded everybody. But in the middle of this phone call come out. Now, I know a lot of you have already heard this, but listen to it. Listen how he describes what happens. And then I'm going to play a clip and let you listen to what somebody else said.
Yeah.
Kim knew that Don was taking showers with Summer and molesting her, and there was a man at the bottom of the hill and a woman.
There's another man and woman involved in this. The man is the getaway driver, okay? The man is the one that dropped the truck at the bottom of the hill. There was a woman came up that hill on the backside and put Summer out there. Went in the house. Grandma distracted Candace long enough for this to happen. If you don't believe me, you wait another 2-3 weeks. Wait another 2-3 weeks. Tell me if what I'm telling you ain't true. But you cannot. All this bullshit about drugs and sold for this, sold for that, was written around in the shed. That's bullshit. All that's a bunch of bullshit. What happened is Grandma saved that little girl's life.
Now, that ain't even the weirdest part. Right here, listen to this.
I don't know, but there are people that do know.
Like law enforcement?
I have investigators know, and the FBI knows.
First of all, if they really know, she'd be home by now.
Okay, now pay attention to how he's saying this, people. Does it sound like he's giving his opinion, or does it sound like he's stating facts?
There's one missing piece, and that's.
Let me rephrase that. Does it sound like he's trying to state it as a fact?
The girl that lured her, the woman that lured her away.
The woman that lured her away. He don't say the person. He says the woman.
I don't even know that someone's too.
They got eyes all over her, honey. But they cannot finish what they started until they find out.
Who is they? I don't ask it in this video, but who is they?
That one who Grandma had to lure her away. Grandma's not talking, she's afraid. Grandma ain't been out here on a freaking good vacation. Grandma's been in the office.
She back in Tennessee?
Yes, she's back. She came back for about 3 days ago again.
This is very specific, people. He is stating these not as his opinion. He is stating this as a fact.
Grandma's gonna be a hero. But now, see, here's the thing. We need people to stop showing Candace hate. We need people to say, Candace, we know God's got his foot on here. Just talk. Just talk. He is. But Grandma say something. She's gonna take heat for a while.
When is Liver going to be put in the hands of law enforcement? When is she going to be turned over?
Let Grandma get back where she's going. Okay? It won't
And then he don't stop there.
be long. It won't be much longer. Just and don't believe you think I'm that's fine.
No, I don't think that. I got you too. I wasn't going to talk to you about that.
Okay.
That's
Yes.
okay. So, where did the Tennessee option out? Okay, or that's something that's not good.
He's going, no.
Indiana. Okay, now when he tried to defend this recording, and I do apologize for the cuss word that was put out there. I didn't even realize that was in it. But when he tried to defend this recording, he said he was giving her his opinion. Really? He gave her a place, you all. Not Wisconsin, that most everybody was knew about Grandma going to, or Grandma had.
Okay, some of you may not know, but when Chase was called, 423 Chase was called out on this recording, he said he was giving her his theory. In your theory, why would you be given a specific place?
Her going to on YouTube. We knew she went there to visit. No, he says a completely different state. He says Indiana. Now, keep in mind that during this, he also said there's just one piece they got to figure out. Who lured her away? Who was down there that lured Summer away? Now, when I listened to this, and I just heard it not too long ago when Squall put her videos back up, she did an interview, the first one. Listen to this. Tell me what you think.
Shaped it. That particular way that shaped is like you could literally hide behind the weed center and the way that they shape, watch the basement door, and just wait, like, and it wouldn't even be a thing. Like, it's not as inaccessible as it looks. The pictures and the way it the perspective from video and even still frames, especially in the news, make it seem absolutely impossible to access, but it's not. There's definitely more accessible than ours by a long shot, but it honestly, it kind of is the way it's set up, especially with all this popping up in those days before it was, you could have sat there.
Let's listen up.
Okay, now I do want y'all to keep in mind that the clip that you're listening to was from Squall's channel, and it was early. It was like in August, I think, if my memory serves me right. Don't hold me to that, but so she hadn't seen the dog trails. How did she know that? How would you know you could hide in weeds and watch that basement door and just wait?
One more time.
That particular way that shaped is like you could literally.
Now, at this point, she's talking about the way the driveway and stuff is made at the Wells property and how the property lines was and the foliage. But listen what she says about up there, the way it curves.
I behind the weed center and the way they shape, watch the basement door, and just wait, like, and it wouldn't even be.
The way it's shaped is what she was talking about with the curve.
It's not.
You could be there behind those weeds and just wait and watch that basement door. and it wouldn't even be a thing.
As inaccessible as it looks, the pictures and the way it,
She says people think it isn't as accessible as it looks. And the way the pictures make it look.
the perspective from video and even the still prints, especially in the news, make it seem absolutely impossible to access, but it's not. There's definitely more accessible than ours.
She's telling you how easy it is to access Wells' property behind bushes and people not know it. That's exactly what she's saying, and that is Jody Sue. That is an interview, and Squall has every bit of it on her channel, but an interview that she did with Squall. But after hearing him saying that somebody was down there and lured her away.
Now, he didn't say somebody. He said a woman.
Even says she's now in Indiana. He didn't give any of this like it was a chance or, could have happened, speculation. No. Nope. He said it like a fact. And then you've got her given exactly where someone could hide.
That just coincidentally turns out exactly where he said they would be to lure her away while Grandma had Candace distracted.
Now, I've always looked at her like a witness.
Just a second, y'all. Just a minute. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. Let me pull this up again. Okay. You're good, Dutchie. Indiana's where Grandma Candy's sister lived, I think.
And that wasn't really. After I heard that, after remembering his phone call, that phone call was embedded in my head.
It
After
still
I
is.
heard it, because it never sounded like speculation. It never sounded like his opinions. That it sounded like a fact. He stated it as a fact. And then you have her saying how it could be done. And keep in mind, she said it back in, I think that interview was August with Squall. And I know I'll probably be criticized for even saying that. But I'm telling you, if we're talking about the things that just don't add up, that one really doesn't add up. I'm going to take and put the link if you all want to come up and talk about it.
Okay. So, now knowing what we know now, like I said, that live was a year ago. And I need to go and put it back on private again. But that live was a year ago. Now we know a lot more. What do you all think? What do you think about some of the interviews that we've heard from JSB, from Donald Sherfy? It's a little bit different now, isn't it? Yeah, she turned that call over to TBI. Another thing that we can also think about, the red truck was reported by somebody that drove that route. Well, guess what 423 Chase did? He delivered papers. It wouldn't surprise me, lean on me. It really wouldn't at this point. Oh no, like I said, I was going through some of the videos that I've had on private, and I was listening to that, and I'm like, there's a lot of things, especially the whole Donald Shurfy don't know Jody Sue. Well, he clearly does. He said he did, to the point that he drawed a weapon on her. Okay, just a second. I'm trying to private that video again. Not because of what I just played, but because, like I said, a little bit of foolishness ended up on my panel later on. And I don't want that on my channel. Yeah, kill me too. Yeah. And he knew enough to know that Don Wells and Jody Sue and Andy didn't get along, according to him. I mean, but when I listened to that, I mean, I thought about clipping it and just putting it back on my channel, but I figured since I was going live, I'd just play it. But for someone who didn't know somebody, and keep in mind, in that I mentioned, was it Overland? Well, I didn't know anything about what they said, where Shurfy's girlfriend was supposed to got that land, and then the Wells ended up with it. Not a year ago. Okay. Let's see here. Now, like I said, and like the title says, this is a Q&A. So y'all ask me whatever you want to ask me. It can be about me. It can be about my opinion on a case. Whatever. If you want to, just put your question in chat, or you can come up. I've got the link pinned at the top. It's possible. I'm curious about maybe since a particular person has been locked up, if something might be said now. Yeah, Midnight Rain. That it is. It's scary that she might have made it to that road. But we've heard a lot of people say, would somebody just come up on the property? And at the beginning, I was thinking this same thing a lot of people did. No, there ain't nobody going to risk going up there. Not unless they've tried it before, hid behind some bushes, and see that they wasn't caught. I mean, a lot of things just does not add up, especially in this case. Yeah. That was the first thing, Kim, that I said when that happened. Now, I'm going to say it. I'm going to drop the link if somebody wants to come up. Now, it doesn't have to be anything on Summer's case. I just happened to mention her in this live. Maybe you have a prayer request. Maybe you have a question for old Country Crystal here. Whatever it may be. And like I said, if it's too personal, then I won't answer it. But I'm pretty open book. I've done quite a few lives today. Put a 1 in chat if you caught the live of the redhead, the unknown lady that was killed by the redhead murderer in my area that I did today. Put a 1 in chat if you saw that. I don't know if I'm lagging. We got up there, and I was telling Millie earlier, when we got up there to the graveyard where they had buried her, a dog came on the graveyard. And my daughter said, Mom, at first I thought that was a ghost dog. And it wasn't me. What wasn't you? I'm afraid my screen freezes and stuff when I have my camera on. Put a 1 in chat if you want to see that. It was real short. Oh, ain't on me. You're a sack. Okay. It's real short. I'll show it to y'all. I've been talking about a couple cases today. You see here. Now, back in the 80s, there was several ladies, just to give you a little rundown on it. Several ladies across the Bible Belt states had been murdered, and they had left their bodies by major roadways. One was left in like Indiana. One was left in Tennessee. All along the Bible Belt. I think it averaged at the end of it, the last I counted, they thought that there was like 8. Well, one of the ladies was in Grace, Kentucky, which isn't far from where I live. And a couple was going through, like, back then they had garbage dumps just about everywhere. And they were scavenging through one of those garbage dumps. And they came upon a refrigerator. And when they opened it, there was a body inside. Now, the one thing that all these ladies had in common is they had red hair. Lean on me would have to hide here. But they had red hair. It looked like they had been SA'd, strangled, and dumped on the side of the road. One lady they knew hadn't been dumped too long because it had come in big snow and there wasn't no snow on top of her. And they'd had a large snowstorm that year. Well, the lady in Grace that was found in the refrigerator, nobody knew her identity. She was a Jane Doe. And the community took up money to have her a funeral and a headstone. I remember from that time, because now my mom was one of the first people at her place of employment that started taking up money. Just as soon as she had heard that Hampton's Funeral Home was going to give her a funeral, where she worked, her and a couple ladies started taking up money, and it kind of called on. Oh no, holy moly, you too. But I remember one of the things that stands out in my mind is back then, they just did not, just a second. Maybe I can show you this first. I can remember that my dad wouldn't let my mom, he took my mom to work. Didn't want her going by herself. Now, they did later on figure out this lady's identity. Let me see. Okay, this will give you a little brief summary of it, okay? I'm going to find the shortest one that I can. So I can't promise it being the best. Well, just a second. I'll see if I can't find the news from where I live. Let me see. Yes, that's the same case that the students and everything, and they were studying. Okay, let me see here. I have a name. I think that might be it. We can listen to some of it. Y'all get the... Okay, right there she is. Okay. Right here. Now, if I can just share my screen again.
Come back and get credit for the work you put in at Purdue Global. With your experience and college credit, your degree may be up to 75% complete. Start.
Just a minute. Okay. Here we go.
Your comeback at Purdue Global.
I don't know of another single case that's happened in this county where there was unknown and never identified. So it means a lot to us.
Buried without a name is the fate of a young woman found dead on the side of a Kentucky road. 32 years later, it is a mystery that isn't forgotten by that town.
Authorities discovered her body inside a fridge with no clue about who she was. In tonight's Appalachian Unsolved, Leslie Ackerson takes us to Knox County, Kentucky.
On on this busy road, you might not look twice.
I probably pass this site 3 times, 4 times a week.
But J.M. Hall does.
Since 1985, every time I come through here, I always have a habit of looking, and I always think about that's where they found the redhead in the refrigerator.
I do the same thing. I pass this spot daily. And okay, I will. I pass this spot daily, and I think the same thing. And when I say uppers, one of them right here.
The weeds have taken over, but the memory of a murder in the woods is still there.
Right here, right past this wall, is where the refrigerator sits.
April 1st, 1985, 2 people found the body of a young woman inside a discarded fridge on Highway 25 East in Kentucky. A vivid crime scene for Hall, who was studying to be a coroner.
I was young then. I was 21 years old. I hadn't been around any murder cases at that time.
An autopsy showed the woman died from asphyxiation.
The autopsy report showed that there wasn't any strangulation marks. She could have just been closed up in that refrigerator.
A mysterious death and a mysterious victim.
She was never identified. To this day, she's buried in an unknown grave here in Barberville.
Yes, you're not.
The Jane Doe carried a number of clues.
She had 2 gold chains separate. One of them had a gold eagle pendant, and the other one was a gold heart.
It was one trait, her red hair, that stuck out.
At that time, there was known to have been several red-headed people that may have been missing or murdered along the I-75 corridor.
That peaked a serial killer theory that was never proven.
We may be living amongst the serial killer. We may be living, it may not have been a serial killer. It may have been someone that was actually here, that lives here in this county today.
It's a story the town of nearby Barberville knows well.
It was just a fear. A lot of the husbands transported the wives to work until they could find out what was happening.
Yep.
And with the caution came compassion for the unknown woman.
We're a close-knit county. Everybody knows each other, cares for each other.
The community came together.
Some local singers came and sung at the funeral home. They had the pallbearers from local people, local businessmen. They wanted her to have a funeral like anyone else.
Donating a casket and a peaceful place of rest.
She's buried in the back corner back here. You can see it says unknown, April 1st, 1985.
32 years later, they want to give her back her identity.
So it means a lot to us, and I know there's probably some family out there that would like to know if they had a mother or sister or a daughter who had passed away that they've never found.
No name, but this community hasn't forgotten.
The community still talks about it to this day. Redhead in the refrigerator.
In Knox County, Kentucky, Rosie Ackerson, 10 News.
Paul is hopeful today's DNA technology could link this Jane Doe back to her family. Old articles show she had indications that she had given birth.
If there was someone who thought they might be family, a court order could call for the body to be exhumed for new DNA testing. If you know anything about this cult.
Okay. Now, I think this is when they give her identity.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that
It has been called a crime of passion. 2 wealthy sisters from a small East Tennessee town and a
wrong
teenage
one.
caretaker who helped run errands for those
Nope,
sisters,
that's not it.
all gunned down at
That's not it. I thought it was. But this is from today. Okay. Now, I will say that I had some signal problems today, so bear with it, but you all will get the gist of it. She has been identified now, but what bothered me is when they did find out her identity back in 2018. In the news report, they said we can now put a name on her tombstone, and this was today. And like I said,
Back then, find out who she was. So the town took up money and had her a funeral. Now I know a little bit about this because my mama was one of them that did take up money so she could have a funeral. They had her funeral at this funeral home alongside this road and buried her up behind it, which is where we're headed now. Did you know this was her road? No. Yep. If you don't,
yeah, I lost signal a little bit right there.
it wasn't that bad. A little scary. Like I said, found her in an old refrigerator. And what was that? What is all that? Is that bunny rabbits? It looks like somebody set something on fire up here. No, that's little squirrels. Okay. Okay. But like I said, they found her in a old refrigerator that was in a dump. And to me, this has always been one of the saddest graves that I personally have ever seen firsthand. And this is why. Because when she was buried, nobody knew who she was. And they found her on April the 1st, 1985. And her grave is marked unknown.
To me, that's so sad.
If you all can hear me, just let me know in the chat. Because like I said, service signal down here is not good at all. She's buried up on this mountain, on this cemetery, behind where they had her funeral at. Now, later on, they did find out who she was. Oh, what was her name? Having a hard time remembering her name right off. But this is one of the many women that had actually been murdered by the redhead killer. Looks like I got a dog up here visiting. So, get, little boy. I don't want to get bit. Get. Ain't he so cute? Oh, okay. Did you step out of your shoe, honey? Look how cute that puppy is. Now, okay, my girls has made a friend.
I just want to say that that dog was very cute.
I don't know, there's something just peaceful about a graveyard. But when I look at that headstone, it saddens me because it hasn't got a name on it. Even though now they did find out who she was, like years later. I think it was in 2018 they found out who she was. But it still says unknown. Where they found her was on the side of a 4-lane road. It was on the side of a 4-lane road.
And no, she wasn't from our area. Another thing that they really didn't mention in that news article, but a lot of these ladies was ladies of the night. And a bunch of students got together and started looking into these cases. When they went to Tennessee, one of the things that they were saying was they were the throwaway ladies. And that was why, because they were workers of the night. And that breaks my heart. It does. Now, there is a bunch that got identified. But I don't know. I just thought it was awful that when they were inquiring about them, they called them the throwaway ladies. It broke my heart.
I guess about 2 miles from here. She had 2 necklaces on, and that was it. It's believed that they think whoever was committing these murders was a truck driver because the bodies were being found on the sides of main roads across the Bible Belt. They found one, I think it was in Indiana, in Tennessee, and this particular lady was found here in Kentucky. And there was a total of about 8 women that had been murdered. Now, they thought that they had found somebody and that he was responsible for all the murders, but now, while they had him locked up, that was when this lady was found. So I question that. It's either she isn't connected, which I highly think she is. She fit the MO. or maybe this guy was a copycat, but he had tried to get another lady in Tennessee, and she was able to get away from him. But he had did the same thing. He was a truck driver, and he had tried to essay her, and he had tried to strangle her. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, he had actually thought he had succeeded, and she was able to tell the cops who it was. That guy is locked up till this day, to my knowledge. But that was like in '83, I'm thinking. Now, I could be wrong on these dates because like I said earlier in the other live, I didn't bring none of my notes with me. But this lady was found in April of that was in '83. This was like in '85. What's that pretty here? Girls, you're gonna have to quit playing with that dog. We gotta go. He's got a collar that's somebody's dog. He has a home. But yeah, I'll show you this one more time. And she's buried right back here in the main back in the corner. But the town made up the money to
Yes, it had turned out that she had kids, and they were able to identify her by those two necklaces because evidently, I'm thinking it's one of her daughters had got one of those necklaces for her. But like I said, they identified her, found her family and everything in 2018, and this video was today, and that grave still says unknown. It's sad.
hey, little feller, to bury her, get her a headstone. You're a very nice feller. You're a very nice little feller. Or a she. Is this a feller or a girl? It's a girl. I'm sorry for calling you a boy. Yeah, that's what I was saying. This is the lady that's out at Gillum Hill down here in a refrigerator thrown over the mountain. I vaguely remember this. What I do remember is that, like, Dad wouldn't let Mom go to work by herself. A lot of the men in the area was taking their wives because they was afraid that whoever did this was still out here. I didn't get you. You may not be making friends with that dog, Hope. It's not going with us. It's got a home down there. Well, that's fine. It's got a flea collar for a reason, girls. Well, love on her and let's go. We got fur babies at home. Well, y'all, I hope you've enjoyed these little short lives today. I will, like I said, be going live here a little bit, do a Q&A. You all pick the topic. But I'd say that'd be around 5. Because it's 3:58 now. So yeah, around 5 o'clock I'll be going live. You all pick the topic, Q&A, ask me anything. No, its name ain't Daisy. It ain't Lucy either. No. It's fur Mommy has done went and named it now. Well, but I hope y'all have enjoyed it. Remember, it takes 0 effort to be a good human being.
Okay, so that was from today when we went there to visit the lady's grave. As you can tell, my girls, they made friends with a dog. Oh, you're very welcome. But like I said at the end of that, this is the live that was the Q&A. I've just been a little bit all over the place. Kim says, I wonder if the killer brought the refrigerator with them, or was the refrigerator already there prior? Now, it could have already been there because it was a junkyard or a dump. You know how people used to just throw things over the mountain? Okay, and Midnight, I think you're at Midnight Rain. I think you're talking about there. I think you're talking about Jennifer in this case. It's speculated that she knew too much. From everybody that I talked to, her and Jennifer was real close, and it's believed that just a second, let me see if I can find it. It's believed that they told each other everything. Everything. Oh, thank you. Now, when I did the thing on Jennifer, let me see here. I did this video too, and this is just one of the many walking trails that there is on Pine Mountain. But look at it. It's secluded. If you wasn't wanting somebody found, a place like this would have been better, in my opinion. I don't even know what I say up in this video, so it's been a while back. But look how secluded that is. And this walking trail is actually about a quarter of a mile from where they found her. Yeah, she probably knew. She probably knew what Jennifer had been talking about, or they may have been afraid that Jennifer had told her something. I'm not sure. I might be able to find. Let me see here. I might be able to find that. It would be hard. It would be hard. Let's see. Cupcakes for Gretchen. Jennifer Bailey. There's Jennifer's. There's Gretchen's. Let me see what it looks like. Okay, I'll share this. This is a newspaper clipping from when Gretchen was murdered. It said police are asking for help locating a pickup truck that might be connected with an execution style slaying in Bell County last week. Now, keep in mind, this is years old. Kentucky State Police still have no suspects in the January 7th shooting death of Greta Henson. Henson, 24, of Middlesboro, was found face down in her trailer with her hands tied behind her back. She had been shot twice in the back of the head. There was no sign of burglary. I cannot pronounce that. They didn't rob her. I'll just say that. At the trailer, the police have established no motive for the killing. Middlesboro Police Captain Wendell said he believes Henson might have known her attacker. Kentucky State Police Detective Walter said Tuesday officials are looking for an early 1980s model beige or off-white pickup. Casham said the truck probably has a white plywood dog box in the back with 2 moon-shaped dog entrances on top. That's pretty specific. Now, let me see here. Yeah, I'd say she knew who it was. Jennifer's cases, it's always been something I didn't understand. Now here is, let me see, this one's from September 29th, 1997. Is that it? That's a whole nother case right there. That's in my area, but it was a lady that was murdered at a factory and actually put in an oil drum. Okay. May be able to show you all this too. Since we have talked about it today. A Knox County man, now this was after the first trial, I think. Let me see. Okay, a Knox County man was found dead in his car near midnight Thursday. Otis Abner, 52, of Woolham, was shot once in the head with a shotgun, said Kentucky State Police Trooper Bill Riley, public information officer at the Harlan Post. Riley said Abner was found dead in his car at the Hammonds Fork Cemetery in Knox County between 11 and 12 p.m. on Thursday. It was the person's name. Y'all can see it. 23 of Woolham was arrested and charged with the murder about 8 a.m. Friday, said police. He is lodged in the Knox County Jail on a $1 million secure bond, said Riley. No motive has been set, and police are investigating. That was my uncle. Yeah, the state police post around here is posted in Harlan County. Yes, I will be covering it. It'll probably be the last case that I put on my channel. but I will be covering it. Simply because they don't want me to. They don't want me to. My dad went to his grave wanting answers. So they can either give me the transcripts or I'll go to people that know. Just a second. Just a second. Let me see here. Now, February the 16th of 1987. And no, I can't show that one. That's not it. Oh, thank you for joining us, Duchess. Thank you for being here, honey. You go take care of that man. I don't blame you a bit. I just got a little time to kill today, y'all. And I miss you people. Let me see here. Nope. Okay. This was my uncle. This was him right here. This is my daddy. Like I said, he wasn't no saint, but he does deserve justice. In my opinion. Holy moly, I love your accent. Country is cornbread, that one. I'm just me, you all. I am. And like I said, I kind of know that some of them have been noticing some things that in the past has been put on my channel for obvious reasons, I know. But so I'll just put this out there. His daughter is willing to do an interview. So I'll do it. I'll drive 2 hours and interview her and get everybody on the YouTubes on your case. The tall one is my dad. The short one was his brother that got killed. You all, I'm pulling a bullhorn Betty. I'm going live from my bed right here. About to drop a link, okay? Okay. Now, if anybody wants to come up, ask me anything. I'm an open book. What I ain't is a preacher. Those are the streams where I do Bible study are my favorites, but I've never claimed to be one. Immune device not connected. Yes, it is. Oh, honey, it ain't nothing. There ain't nothing to be shy about around here. Okay.
Look who it is.
Get out of here before I start echoing. Yep. That was my covers. Okay. It's peaceful out here right now. Who's the judge, though? Thank you. We've only got one judge. And, well, I mean, every one of us, I've said it before, I'll say it again. On the day of judgment, will everyone stand in judgment, and we'll stand there alone. We'll have nobody we can blame. Oh. But I didn't say that, though, so people will think that because I'm not no part of no drama whatsoever. The reason I said, that somebody thought that I had directed that stream towards them, and I didn't. It wasn't because of drama. It's because there was words that was mentioned, like preaching a sermon, and I don't want to give people the wrong impression because I'm not about that. I mean, this particular person, I don't know nothing about their personal life. And I wouldn't be one to judge if somebody's been married before because I have. I was telling how the Lord revealed that to me because it's something I never really talked about. Never really talked about the divorce. I may be delayed out here a little bit, but I had to come out and smoke. I am 43, going on 44. And I had my first son. I got pregnant with him when I was 19. I got married when I was 18. I had him a month after I turned 20. And then got divorced a couple months after that. Oh, goodness, lean on me. But for a long time, I was ashamed of that. Didn't want to be judged. But when God forgives us of our sins, He forgives us for all of them. He doesn't nitpick. He doesn't go through the things that you've done and just pull one out at a time. Oh, it is good, Kim. And I have said since day one that if God puts something on my heart, I'm going to say it. And when I did the stream, I'm tired, I'm broken, and I'm bruised. When I did that stream, because that was the stream they was talking about, when I did that stream, I didn't do it throwing it at anybody. Matter of fact, I spent 3 days quenching the spirit to do that stream. But God put it on my heart, and I said since day one, if He puts something on my heart, I'm going to do it. Above all, I want to be obedient. Thank you, Kim. Yeah, we all fall short. You know, another thing that I've had, just slight messages was that I judge everybody. No, I don't. No, I don't. People can live however they want to. That's their choice. If something don't condemn you, it's not my place to condemn you. That's God's. I've said this before. I'll say it again. You aren't clean before you get in the shower. We can't dog people. We can't treat them in ways that make them feel less than anybody else. You're supposed to love people. If you're going to win anybody to the Lord, then you're going to have to do it by love. Preacher I used to listen to said you can't push a log down, you can't push somebody in church, and that's true. You gotta love them, man. If God deals with you to straighten up, and He will, if you're doing something that isn't in His will, He will condemn you for it. And then it's your place to listen to that conviction. I struggle with smoking. I've tried to put them down so many times, but I like them too. We will be okay. God loves us in spite of our shortcomings. Yes, He does. Lean on me, I was saying earlier, when a big reason I like to do, like go over things in the Bible is because when I started out in my walk with God, I'll be honest with you, I didn't understand it. I understand, for God so loved the world, He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in Him should not perish but have everlasting life. I understood that one. But a lot of it, I found out you got some of the best love stories in the Bible. I mean, I know I'm going to butcher his name. Now, that's one thing I have a hard time with. Them names in the Bible. Our girl sometimes has to rename them in her head. But I think his name was Hosea. I think I got that right. But, I mean, he had a wife and she was a prostitute. He went out and bought her back. He loved her that much. Now I'm going to tell you to quit smoking. I think you fully got to have the want to, and I don't got that. I enjoy it. It's my me time. Yeah. Yeah, somebody thought I was subliminally talking about them, and I wasn't. I wasn't. I wanted people to know they were enough. And Jesus, and it still just amazes me. Jesus went through Samaria for the woman that everybody said wasn't enough. Because back then, a woman could not divorce a man. And when you look at it like that, before I had read that time and really studied, I had always looked at her as an adulterous woman. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'd always looked at her as an adulterous woman. But back then, a woman couldn't divorce a man. A man could a woman. She had been married 5 times. 5 times. And when you think about that like that, that's 5 men that divorced her. 5 men that said you ain't enough. 5 men that said you're not the woman I'm looking for. Can you imagine what it would do to somebody's self-esteem to hear that 5 times? But then Jesus walked through Samaria just for the woman that everybody else said wasn't enough. And like I said in that live, he stepped into my car for the woman that other people thought wasn't enough. I wouldn't throw in that live at nobody. I love everybody. Even the man I suspicion killed my uncle, I pray he made it right. It took a long time to get there, but I pray he made it right. Yeah, those are words that hurt people. I mean, and like I said, it's not about the drama side of it. It could be twisted into drama. Somebody's talking about Crystal. I don't want that to happen. Maybe they misunderstood. Maybe they didn't listen to all the live. They just got to be prayed for. Yes, he met the woman where she was. He waited on her. You know, he sat down there on that well. And he waited on her. The lady with the issue of blood. Back then, you was called unclean. And if you think about that, think back to when AIDS came out. Some of us remember until Princess Di shook hands and went into that children's hospital, people thought that it could be caught just by touching. Yeah, he did. He met us all where we're at. So when this woman with the issue of blood, they used to holler unclean to warn people they were around. She crawled through the crowd to touch his garment. And then he turned and said, "Who touched me?" Because he felt the virtue go out. That was a woman that was desperate to be healed. Um, when Abraham took Isaac on the mountain, I can't even imagine what he was thinking. You give me this son, and now I have to give him back to you. But he was being obedient, and he was walking by faith. And in the end, he didn't have to. But it was a trial of his faith. Yeah, I don't like that, Kim. That bothers me. I'd like to have a little sit down with her. I would. Not as an argument, but I'm a show me type of person. Show me in the Bible where there is one, a new Christian. Show me in the Bible where you can do all this and get to heaven, because I've not found it. It does bother me when people portray themselves as being Christians, because the Bible does speak of false prophets. And there's a defensive mechanism that comes up in my spirit when people's, 1 minute bashing somebody, cussing somebody all to pieces, and then they use the Jesus card. My God won't be used. Me too. There ain't one. There ain't a new way. There ain't. There's one way. And that's through and by the blood of Jesus Christ. Now, the Bible does say you can judge them by the fruit they bear. But that is not meaning you can judge them and go around and talk about people. Because the Bible also says, don't let your good be evil spoken of. If I was up on her panel, would you all want to listen to a hill of beans of what I have to say? If I was up there agreeing with every word she said, yeah, there's no way. That's true, lean on me. It is. There's a lot of times that with my internet, I'll go back and watch my lives to see if like half of it froze, and just make sure it's worth even being up there, that people can hear it. And some of the things I don't even remember saying. I know it's God, but I always ask God, anoint me, Lord. Give me knowledge and understanding of your word. Let me deliver it into a way while I'm teaching that people can understand. Because I'm going to be honest with you, there's been times that I've been in church and preacher been up preaching and it sounded great. This old girl just needs it dumbed down for her every now and then. So that's what I try to do. Just a second. Okay. Can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in chat. I don't know if I turned it down when I left or not. Yeah, wolves in sheep's clothing. Just a minute. Me get my Bible in it. You all, I have got to be able to be lazy today, and I'm going to tell you, I've been lazy. Okay. Let's see. I should have had them bifocals put in. Okay. That's good, but that's not what I was looking for. Yep, you will know them by their fruits. Okay. Bless them that persecute you. This is so hard to do sometimes. And curse you, and curse not. This is Romans chapter 12, verse 14. Bless them which persecute you. Bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Okay, give me a second. This is where I made the mistake. I normally do this before I go live. I'll wait for you, holy moly. I'm just going to pray. Let me pray over the word, okay? Most gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, I ask you to anoint me. Give me the knowledge and understanding, Lord. Let me perceive the word the way you would have me to take it, Lord. Let me grow from it, and let those that hear it grow from it also, Lord. You said in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word became flesh. Lord, I'm so glad that you left us with the Word, Lord, to go by the roadmap. I ask you to anoint me, Lord. Give me understanding. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Okay. See, now, a lot of times, that's where we make our mistake. If you're going to sit down and read your Bible, always, and yeah, sometimes I may jerk it out and start reading it, but that's when I'm struggling with understanding from it too. But if you ask, he says, if you have not because you've asked not. I believe he's faithful and just to give us knowledge, to give us understanding. It may not be the understanding everybody needs. It might be just what you need at that time. But that's what's awesome about God. I've read scriptures before over and then come back a year later and get a whole different understanding, because it will pertain. It's like he reveals it to me in the whatever I'm going through at that moment. But we see a lot of people that want to get caught up in the drama. I was one of them. Didn't even realize I was Ben. But there's a lot that will. And like I've said before, I got up early. I did. I'd get up early and have my coffee, and I was feeding myself drama right off the bat when my eyeballs popped open. That's what I was getting, drama. So it took a minute, okay? I was wondering why my day wasn't going good. I was wondering why I was so easy irritated. But the fact is, that's what I was feeding my spirit to. And if we want a better day, let's don't start our day with that. Don't start your day with drama. Even if it's watching channels that's bickering, start your day out. Even if you just got time to say thank you, Lord, guide my day. Be with me as I go today and remind me of you. Let me see your joy in the things that I'm doing, Lord. Then you'll find out you'll have better days. Will they all be perfect? No, because let me tell you something. I've said this before. I'll say it again. When God brings you to a door to go through, the devil that's standing in front of that door, because he'll be right there trying to block it. Because if you can get through a door that God's opened for you, there's a blessing on the other side that you can guarantee that the devil that is standing there trying to keep you from getting to it is the same size as that blessing on the other side. The bigger the blessing, the bigger the devil. I love you too, lean on me. Okay, it says, if it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peacefully with all men. If it be possible. Keep that in mind. There's going to be some people out here that will steal your joy. They will come right in and they will rob it. Have you ever been around somebody that you can be around and just, oh man, they bring you down? Okay? It's not that we ain't supposed to love these people. It's not that we ain't supposed to pray for these people. But you can't let them suck the life out of you too. Some people you got to take in little bitty doses. Pray for them. You just don't have to mingle with them. It's kind of like who's in your boat. Okay. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath, for it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. Now, this is what Christians are supposed to be like. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing, thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Who in here, put a 1 in chat if you heard kill him with kindness. Do you know where that come from? Right there. What it's saying is if you do these things, you will heap coals of fire on their head. You're killing them with kindness. Be not overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Now, over here, it talks about being a stumbling block. What is a stumbling block? You're about to find out. Now, this is Romans chapter 14. Let's see here. Okay. Romans chapter 14, starting at 13. Let us not, therefore, judge one another anymore, but judge this rather, that no man put a stumbling block or an occasion to fall in his brother's way. Do you know what? How many times have you seen people, trying to think of how to word this? One way you can be a stumbling block is agreeing with somebody all the time. Let's see, it's getting on my nerves. Is agreeing with somebody, even when they're wrong. You're misleading them, upholding them in the wrong. I know and am persuaded by the Lord Jesus that there is nothing unclean of itself, but to him that esteemeth anything to be unclean, to him it is unclean. But if thy brother be grieved with thy meat, now walkest thou not charitable? Destroy not him with thine meat, for whom thou at Christ died. Let not your good be evil spoken of. Romans 14, verse 16. I don't know if y'all are going to be able to see it. Right there, he tells us, don't let your good be evil spoken of. Let's see here. Romans is filled with a lot, really, but it's filled with scriptures that tell you how to be a Christian, what you're not to do, how you're to conduct yourself, how you're not supposed to be critical of your weaker brother. Let me see here. There is a verse. I may have to look it up. If I have to look it up, I will. I will. Because actually, it's been a couple months. I remember I was on the road with my husband when I came across this. And I just thought that it was fitting. Let's see here. I post more than I thought I did. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I was in the right spot. I didn't read down further enough. Okay. It tells us, though, that let us not therefore judge one another anymore, but judge this rather, no man put a stumbling block or an occasion to fall in his brother's way. And if you think of that verse, it's kind of scary. Yeah, I have the Rainbow Bible. It's kind of scary, actually, because it goes right back to on that day of judgment. Not only will I stand there for every word that has rolled off my tongue, every idle word that has rolled off my tongue, but if I tell you a lie, I'm going to stand there for that. If I mislead you in this word, I'm going to stand there for that too. And I never want to be found like that. This girl wants to be found doing her father's business. I don't want to stand there and the Lord say, I told you to talk to this when you didn't do it. You didn't obey the Spirit. So I done that live, and I done it because it was laid on my heart to do it. There's something else I want to read to y'all. But I have read it before. But I want you to understand a little something. This is the book of James. I have said several times we got to watch what we say and how we say it. But one thing that I didn't mention, do you know who James was? Put a 1 in chat if you know who James was. The one that's telling us to watch our tongue. James was Jesus's brother. And this is what he says. Now pay close attention to this, because this is very important. This is the reason I want to really watch what I say. It says, my brethren, be not masters, knowing that we shall receive. Okay, let me back up. James chapter 3, verse 1, King James Version. My brethren, be not many masters, knowing that we shall receive the greater condemnation. For in many things we offend all. If any man offend not in word, the same is a perfect man, and able also to bridle the whole body. Behold, we put bits in horses' mouths, that they may obey us, and we turn about their whole body. Behold also the ships, which though they be great, and are driven of fierce winds, yet are they turned with a very small helm, whithersoever the governor listeth. Now, a helm is like the little gear that turns the ship. Even so, the tongue is a little member, and boasteth great things. Behold, how great a matter a little fire kindleth. And the tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity. Iniquity is sin. So is the tongue among our members, that it defileth the whole body, and setteth on fire the course of nature, and it is set on fire of hell. For every kind of beast, and of birds, and of serpents, and of things in the sea is tamed, and hath been tamed of mankind. But the tongue can no man tame. It is an unruly evil, full of deadly poison. Therewith bless we God, even the Father, and therewith curse we men. Have we not heard that? Which are made after the similitude of God. Out of the same mouth proceedeth blessings and cursings. My brethren, these things ought not so to be. Doeth a fountain send forth the same place sweet water and bitter? Can the fig tree, my brethren, bear olive berries? Either a vine figs? ? So can no fountain both yield salt water and flesh. Now, what do we see here? Okay, he starts off with saying, behold, we put bits in horses' mouths. A bit is real small, that it may obey us. And we turn their whole body. Gives 3 examples of small things that control large things. The bit controls the horse. The helm controls large ships. And a fire starts with a spark. And look what it can destroy. It says, even so, the tongue is a little member, and boasteth great things. Behold, how great a matter of a little fire kindleth. And the tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity. In other words, it's saying right here is a whole bunch of sin. It is a fire. Okay, and the tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity. So is the tongue among our member, that it defileth the whole body, and setteth on fire the course of nature, and it is set on fire of hell. For every kind of beast, and of birds, and of serpents, and of things in the sea, is tamed and hath been tamed by mankind. He's saying, you're taming birds, you're taming you're taming birds, you're taming like lions, you're taming. We see this. See people swimming with whales, dolphins, they're training them. He's saying you're able to tame all these. You're able to tame the wildest of beasts. But your tongue you can't tame. Do you know why you can't tame that tongue? Because what's in your heart is going to come out your mouth. What is in your heart is going to come out your mouth. Sometimes I take notes, like stuff that hit me. I take notes on my phone, so bear with me, I'm looking through. Okay. Now back in Matthew, because it's real important that we watch our mouth. People not being able to contain their tongue has caused divorces. There's a lot of people that walk around with self-esteem problems because their parents never spoke nothing positive in their life. Some people that's in this chat right now may be dealing with that generational curse. But right here in Matthew chapter 12, verse 36, but I say unto you that every idle word that man shall speak, they shall give account of in the day of judgment. For by thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. We've got to watch what we say. Words have power. You want an example of how powerful words can be? Look in Genesis. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. He spoke a word, couple of them, and it happened. I had somebody believe the Big Bang Theory one time. Said they didn't believe in God. And was arguing with me. I wasn't really arguing, but they were really acting like I was a nut. But that was more probable than God saying, "Let there be light," and there was light. So I asked this gentleman. I was at work, so I was being pretty cautious of how I did it. I said, "What would that look like?" He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "What would a Big Bang look like? Because when you say Big Bang, I think explosion." Put a 1 in chat if that's how you imagine it. I'll wait. What would an explosion put off? A large one. Put a 1 in chat if you think it might put off light. Who's to say that Big Bang Theory didn't happen because my God said, "Let there be light"? He didn't say, "Let there be light that looks like a flashlight." It's a theory. I mean, I imagine if there was a Big Bang, then it was like an explosion. And if you have an explosion, you're going to have a bunch of light coming from it. It's just my theory. But needless to say, he didn't say nothing else to me. The one thing about the Lord is you feel him. If you've ever had a personal encounter with him, then you feel him. You know he's real. You know he's real because what he's done for you. He's brought me through a lot, you all. I know Jens has heard this before, but he's brought me through a lot. And I wouldn't be nothing without him. Okay, I missed some in chat. Let me see here. Let me see what all I've missed. That hit home with me. Thank you. I always do every single time since I was a child. I put this be my motto for life. When he was a king, too, in Jerusalem. You know, another thing, back in those days before the crucifixion, they could bring lambs as an offering. Do you know there's a part of the Bible where Mary and Joseph, after they had Jesus, if you didn't have a lamb, you could bring, let me see if I can find it. I read it a long time ago, so I don't know where it's at right off. So. Might be able to find it like this. Luke. I like to be able to read to you what I'm talking about. That way you don't have to just take my word on it. Let's see here. And they have Jesus with him. Let me see here. This is Luke chapter 2, starting at verse 21. And when 8 days were accomplished, let me see if I need to. Okay. And when the 8 days were accomplished for the circumcising of the child, his name was called Jesus, which was so named of the angel before he was conceived in the womb. Yeah, I believe that too. Holy moly. Yeah, there's a lot of power in what we speak. Yep. So right here, it says, and when 8 days were accomplished for the circumcising of the child, talking about Jesus, his name was called Jesus, which was so named of the angel before he was conceived in the womb. In other words, the angel named him Jesus before he was ever conceived. And when the days of his purification, according to the law of Moses, were accomplished, they brought him to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord, as it is written in the law of the Lord, every male that openeth the womb shall be called holy to the Lord. And to offer a sacrifice according to that which is said into the law of the Lord, a pair of turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons. And behold, there was a man in Jerusalem whose name was Simon, and the same man was just and devout, waiting for the consolation of Israel, and the Holy Ghost was upon him. And it was revealed unto him by the Holy Ghost that he should not see death before he had seen the Lord Christ. And he came by the Spirit into the temple. And when the parents brought in the child Jesus to do for him after the custom of the law. Then took he him up in his arms and blessed God and said, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace according to thy word. For my eyes have seen thy salvation, which thou hast prepared before the face of all people. A light. I don't think that's the part I'm looking for. There is a part that I read a long time ago where they if they didn't have a lamb, they could bring, I'm thinking it's a turtle dove. Okay, this would be it. Just a minute. Because it, okay. Give me just a second. Leviticus. Okay, in Leviticus is where it says that if they cannot afford a lamb, they can bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons. So right here in Luke, where it says that Mary and Joseph brought 2 turtle doves, how ironic is it that they had the lamb with them? I just always thought that was, let me see here. What have I missed? I mean, they're coming and they could have brought, I mean, if you couldn't afford a lamb, you could bring 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons. And they couldn't afford a lamb. But guess what? They had the lamb. Okay. Oh, midnight rain. Oh, that's awesome. Says, this may be off subject, but so proud of granddaughter. She taught herself to play the piano, sings in church, just turned 18. All she wanted was a guitar to learn to play in church. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. You know, for a long time, I used it as an excuse. My husband wasn't going to church with me, and I was like, I ain't got nobody to play for me. And I actually prayed, Lord, just anoint my hands. Let me learn myself, and I'll play for myself. I may not be no Beethoven, but I can play for myself. So he answered my prayer. Is it storming there? Yeah, probably storm here again too. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. So does anybody want to come up? I said this was a Q&A, so y'all are more than welcome to ask questions too. Don't be shy. Oh my goodness. I have done went and pulled a Joseph. You give me a little bit of time by myself and see if I ain't on a live before. Help me, Lord. If somebody wants to come up, go right ahead. And you're right. I may have to rename this live. Nobody's asked me no question. Probably don't have to. I'm as transparent as I can be. Oh, Kim, don't let that get out. Crystal Dunn went and did a 4-hour live. Get me a babysitter. I'll be right on this here at 4 hours. I love you all. I really do. I know I'm delayed on StreamYards. Something just ain't adding up. He's here. Maybe I can answer your questions in real time here if I go on here. Well, Midnight Rain, do you know what my mama always said? Just a second. Okay. My granny always said that the Lord would rather hear an old crow that's yielded to his lordship than a mockingbird that ain't. Since, okay, I've got saved on August the 21st of 2000. So for almost 23 years. But now I'll be honest with y'all. If I sit down and just read and don't pray first, I don't get no understanding of it. I get confused. I get like, what? Wait. If I could give anybody any advice, of one, where to start reading if you're just starting in the Bible. Personally, I would start in James. I would. It's straightforward. And it's real easy to go read Psalms. Most of the Psalms is uplifting. James, it'll step on your toes a little bit. Holy Moly said a minute ago, she was talking about the word is the light. And when you go to John, now remember who John was. That was the disciple Jesus loved. So said John. And that's another thing. Keep in mind who wrote which ones. Like Mark wrote Mark, Matthew wrote Matthew. Keep in mind who's talking. But see, in Genesis, the Bible says, "Let us make man in our image." So back in Genesis, Jesus was with God. Us is too. And in John, in the very first verse of John, it says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was the life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not." There was a man sent from God whose name was John, and then it goes on to tell you. But think about that. And the light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. Now, it's not talking physically right there, because above it says, "In him was life, and the life was the light of men." He lives in us. We have to shine a light. And evil's just not going to comprehend it, y'all. The darkness. I like John too. I like John a lot. I've been in John a lot here lately. But now, if you haven't really sat down to read, I personally would start with James. I also think it's good to read the Bible straight through. We make mistakes when we read the Bible looking for subliminal messages. God will reveal to you what you need to know. Oh, thank you, holy moly. Yes. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, they are as one. So right there it said, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God." And it even goes on down to tell you that that the Word was sent into. No. Let me read it, because I don't want to mess it up. You hear a lot that people say is in the Bible that ain't, or they say it wrong. That's spare the rod, spoil the child. Put a 1 in chat if you heard that was Bible. Said just like that. Yeah, only know me. I'll go over that. Okay. Let me get this one, this out right quick. Let's see here. Where does it say it became flesh? Okay, in the beginning was the Word. And the Word, which is capitalized in the middle of a sentence. So what have we learned? That's talking about somebody. Who's it talking about? It's talking about Jesus. Was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. Okay, and it goes on down here. Okay. And on down here in John chapter 1, verse 14, it says, "And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth." Hey, Kiko, we still right here. Now, lean on me is want me to go over the vengeance is his. Just a second. Thus saith the Lord. That's what I'm saying. Give me just a second. I'm going back here a little bit. Okay. Blessed them which persecute you. Bless and curse not. In other words, when somebody comes at you, you're not supposed to, two wrongs don't make a right. You're supposed to pray for them. You're supposed to bless them, not cuss them. It says not curse them. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one towards another. Verse 18 says, if it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peacefully with all men. If it be possible. Some people won't let you let it be possible. That don't mean you go talking about them. That don't mean you start rumors on them. It don't mean you have a quarrel with them or have a backwards and forth on YouTube with them. But you pray for them. You don't have to be all up in their business. You don't have to dwell in drama. Pray for them. Dearly beloved, and it's verse 19. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath, for it is written, vengeance is mine, I repay, saith the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing, thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Have you heard that you will catch a lot more flies with honey than you do with vinegar? God says, and this is how I see that. People are going to come at you. They're going to hate you even. The Bible says they will, because they hated him. We're no better than Jesus. We don't get special treatment, okay? Yeah. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. Nothing anybody does, whether they're serving the Lord or not serving the Lord, goes unseen. Let's just put that out there. The Bible also says it would be better that you had a millstone tied around your neck and cast into the sea than to offend one of his little ones. What do you think we are? He's not just talking about little kids. He's talking about his children, God's children. So, his vengeance, he can serve up vengeance on our behalf. It says, when the enemy comes in like a flood, he will raise up a standard against them. We don't have to get even with people. God can do that for us. It's our place to pray for them. If you're awake today, think about this. If you are awake today, it's not because, no, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with being prosperous. There's nothing wrong with having nice things. As long as you ain't prideful and boasting about it. But we are not here to be all we can be. Contrary to what everybody wants to think. We are here for one reason only. Yes, he can bless us to do more while we're here and bless our lives. But the reason you're here is to win lost souls to the Lord. To be a light. You ain't really put here for that big degree. You're not really put here for that $50,000 car and that $400,000 home. Can God bless you with that? Yes, he can. But we all have gifts and talents. We do. And where I might not be able to get through to someone, you might. You might. We are here to win souls to the Lord. Point blank, period. I firmly believe that God will give you every chance in the world. How many times have you met somebody that you could have mentioned the Lord, but you didn't? Yeah. You can't serve two masters. The Bible says you'll love one and hate the other. Yeah, boasting is wrong. Do you know what the Bible says? The Bible says pride comes before a fall. It says he despises a proud look. I may live under a rock somewhere. My neighbor may live in a $40,000 home. Guess what? They're no better than I am. Your value, believe it or not, is not measured by your pocketbook. It's not measured by how many years you did in college. We are equal in the eyes of the Lord. I mean, look on YouTube. Pride comes before a fall. This time last year, how many big creators did we see just boasting how big their channels is, and they're not being watched now? Pride comes before a fall. Yes, I could have come on YouTube. I could have threw out all kinds of allegations. What would that have helped? I would have probably had a lot of subs if I was going along with a garbage. Wouldn't have helped anything. Since I've been doing Bibles, like Bible reading and stuff. I've actually lost subs. Do you think I care? Nope. I sure don't. You know why? Because it's actually weeding out the people that were here for the wrong reason. I would rather have 15 people that want to serve the Lord or learn about Him, that are loyal, than 10,000 that's not. You making some chocolate gravy, honey? Well, you all, my honey bunches is a calling me, and I've got to talk to him and tell him good night. But remember, if a good attitude is actually contagious, it is. Have a good attitude in a crowd of people complaining and see how awkward they feel. But until next time, I love y'all. It takes zero effort to be a good human being. And I mean, really, it don't take no effort at all. You have to go out of your way to be in drama. You can be a good person right at home. Love one another. And if you get a chance, tell somebody about the Lord. Annabelle says she lost subs too. Well, like I said, it's a weeding them out. Bible says let the wheat and tar grow up together, and on the day of judgment, He'll separate them. So, yes, it means don't wish ill on them. Don't speak bad things on them. Because, the Bible says that out of your mouth you speak blessings and cursings. But I love y'all. And I'll try to go live tomorrow. And we'll do like a Bible study maybe. If y'all have any questions, leave it in the comments down below. I'll try to look it up. I love you all. And good night. Be praying for me. I'll be praying for you. And you all, please do remember, my whole train of thought just left me. Borrowed angel. God knows all about it. Her father-in-law, I think it is. I think he has cancer. If I'm saying this wrong, forgive me. But not doing too good. Let's remember them, and let's remember each other. Pray for each other. You see people going through something on the YouTubes, pray for them. Don't get mixed up in all the drama. I felt myself there before too. Sometimes I slid right up in drama and didn't even know that was the alley I was sliding down, just to be honest with you. But God knows where my heart is, and that's what matters. That's what matters. But I don't want to offend people. Not if I can help it. But I love y'all.